Oh, it deleted. That's unfortunate. Yas.
Do you?
Woo! I'll never get over that. Boop. Boop. I don't know where that one went though.
Somewhere. Beyond
Away.
the sea.
Oh my god, is that where it
Somewhere
is?
Waiting for me. Maybe.
What the shit?
No.
Oh my god, I can't even like approach it. The perimeter gun doesn't like it. That's funny. He's on fire, so I, you know, help him out by whacking him with a wrench. I'll put it out. I'll put it out. Ah, there. No, you're fine. You're fine. No worries. You're good. You're welcome. Bye. That was a nice guy. I liked him. He's good people.
Shit, did I just kill her? Killed me? I don't think so, sweetie.
No, Tanya. You never should have fucked with me and my crew.
Please, you don't have the balls.
That was
Never could
interesting.
die with dignity.
Man, I want to make sure she's really dead this time.
Yep, there's no sign of her or her virus anywhere left in the simulation.
Good. One less thing to worry about.
The helicopter was definitely not supposed to hit him like that. Cool. Awesome. What the fuck is happening? Okay. Wait, that's not what you're supposed to do? My bad. Alright. Good stuff. Oh, fuck, that was great. Yo, Brew's like fucking teleported.
I'll fancy this fort capturing business. And once this one's yours, you'll need a new overlord. I'd like to throw my hat in that ring. What have I unleashed?
Oh my god. What? Wait, how was that a deflection? What? Demon Undercut doesn't do that, does it? But I don't have a vehicle now. Oh, there's a you doing? You doing all right? How's that air compressor treating you, bruh? Oh yeah, it probably hurts. I mean, I've never seen somebody do what it is you do. I mean, if I come over here, like, can I punch you in the crotch? That was your balls. What's up? Buck and weave, son. Okay. Lame. Yep. Mm. Everything is fine. Everything is as it should be. Hey, excuse me, sir. Okay. Okay. Dude. Oh, man. Fuck off, party.
My Hank. Really?
Hello? So, okay. I had a thought. Because I just now found out about this thing and figured I could review some games for my waitlist on stream. We'll see my process and maybe I'll find something else I'm interested in. So basically, wait, what is this? Hold on. Don't have to. I want to see the list of games. Okay. Where is the list of games? Hold on. Games partners? Because I saw a post for this. Okay. Okay, yeah, the games collection. That's what I want to. That's what I want to know. I want to know what that is. We might not do this actually, because I don't want to go through this video over and over and try to figure out the games collection is. Okay. Because there was at least one game in that video that I was like, that looks pretty sick. If I go to the donate now button, is it going to show me what games? Okay, here we go. So, I already have Core Keeper. There's no reason to fuck around with that. We're going to go over here. Tactical Breach Wizards. And let's see what we got. Says turn-based tactics. I'm almost universally not interested in this kind of stuff. Like I used to like XCOM, Enemy Unknown once upon a time, and oh god, we like yeah, I already have this on my ignore list, but let's go ahead and knock these out as well. Because neither of those are anything interesting. Mouth washing just sounds awful, doesn't it? Pop this in and we'll activate the headphones. I already have this on my ignore list. So we got Core Keeper. What is this? Dungeons of Hinterberg. Actually looked kind of interesting. I'm glad I typed that correctly. I have this on my ignore, but when I saw the video, it actually looked kind of interesting. So I want to look at this one again real quick. Let's see, what kind of game does this purport to be? A relaxation, puzzle, exploration, action RPG? Oh, that actually looked pretty sick, not gonna lie. Um, I'll go ahead and put this one on the list. We're unignoring it and putting it on the wait list. Alright, so what next? Chaos Gate. Oh, this is a Warhammer game. Pass? Tower Unite? What the hell is this? It's already on the ignore list. What's next? Old World. I appear to, you know what, is this in the bundle list at all? Maybe it'd be like a unique bundle. Seeing Humble Store, Fanatical. Nah. I normally do stuff like this though. When a new bundle comes out, I just go ahead and knock out every game that's in that list. Oh wait, this is that. Okay, so I already have all of these marked. Alright, well, never fucking mind. But let's look at this stuff. Alright, yeah, I don't need that. Snowman Story. No. So, a farming sim? Oh god, that looks remarkably low quality. Maze Mice. He's got some snake looking shit going on. Not my thing. Alright, well, that's so much for that shit. Current game. I'm gonna switch these two and hit play. Start. There it goes. The title is correct. Now I'll go ahead and start the timer, because why not? Good music is good. Okay, so the goal right now, because like at first I was like, I'll do 8-hour shifts on this, but I think the goal now is instead of doing that, I will do this until all of this down to the bottom left corner is done. Once I've reached the point where I'm starting to dig into this, then we're done for the day. Dude, as soon as I put these in, suddenly my ears decided that they were gonna freak the fuck out. Gotta love it, my favorite. Well, that was just plain rude. You'll love to see it. Like, genuinely, what in the hell is going on with this left ear? There's like nothing on here, but it feels like everything was fine. And then I put these in, and my ear just decided to freak the fuck out. Deeply upsetting. Anyway. Anyways, now while I'm doing this, I really do need to put some thought to what game we'll switch to when I reach that point. Or if we'll actually go ahead and take this to the top left corner, or, you know, at least further than the bottom left corner, because a lot of this area is the ocean, and the ocean, in my experience, like I explained yesterday, the ocean, in my experience, is typically the fastest one to go through because there's large sections of just get on a boat and map a bunch of like bright blue area. Digging takes time. Boating, meh. I could probably stand to put more effort into my save file on Samurai Western. If nothing else, just for shits and giggles, because I rarely, if ever, actually play that. That's one thought. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, there's a bit of desert ruins inside of the crystal biome. That's actually pretty sick. Always getting a little distracted. Now, just because it's right here, you get that water mapped. What the fuck is going on, dude? Here, you know what? For the moment, I'm just gonna leave the headphone out, even though this feels extremely awkward. I don't like it. Ooh, a boulder. Alright, where is this going? North? North seems rational, even though I don't want to put it through that area, but like... I mean, it's in the the boulder itself is in the desert, so... What are you gonna do, you know? See, I thought that there was a shadow newt up where I was swinging my bug net a second ago, but I guess not. Well, my OCD is going to be annoyed about that, but whatever. Fuck. If I throw a knife past me. Ah, yeah. Why do I even bother acting surprised? You know what I mean? Oh, shit. I clearly wasn't paying enough attention. There are times when I wish that they had never raised the cap on how many items you can carry in a stack to 10k. 1,000 was fine. Minus 1, of course, but like... sometimes it does feel excessive. Like, in certain items it feels excessive. Like, when it comes to, like, building, like, giant things like what I'm building right now, it makes sense. Like, yeah, you can hold fucking $99.99 wooden floor. Like, even if you were only flooring at the home base, like, bruh, you're gonna have a lot of those. No. I want to try something. Maybe this shit'll help. Fingers crossed. I don't know if I left anything. Yeah, I did. Okay. I was going to say, I don't know if I left anything intact up here, but turns out. Grandia 2, Christ's sake, the last time I played this game was like a whole ass lifetime ago. I remember essentially nothing about it except for Dangerous Zone is a hell of a banger. And I don't think that there's anything else on that game's OST that sounds even vaguely like Dangerous Zone. Ready to go. Was that all of them? I hate that I don't know. Was this Outer Wilds? No. Interesting. Oh, at this point I wouldn't have guessed Outer Wilds. Har har, joke's on me. Like, just because I have personally reviewed every single one of these tracks doesn't mean I'm going to remember what the hell any of them are. It's worth noting that there's, I don't know, like 2,800 tracks in there. Granted, some tracks vanish from the list sometimes because of nonsense copyright match bullshit, but whatever. Point is that I'm not going to remember all of those tracks. Like, I'm probably going to remember the tracks that I've actually, like, you know, that were actually part of my childhood and shit, but, like, I've never played this type of vibe. Although, I do want to. You know, we're not going to be in the desert area for much longer. I'd say within the next 20 minutes we'll officially just be out of desert area and into the ocean. And honestly, like, of all the kinds of boulders that I could find right now, the type of metal that I think that we are the most in need of, theoretically, and I say most in need of theoretically because I think we have plenty realistically, but at the same time, when I look at the one that the metal that we have the least of, in my opinion, I say in my opinion. I haven't double checked recently. Yo, there's ocean area. It may not even take 20 minutes. But the metal that I'm pretty sure we have the least of is Octarine, and I'm pretty sure it's been that way for a while. Like, all of the other metal types, you find plenty of boulders of. Realistically, even if you're being very thorough in the ocean, you're not going to see a lot of Octarine boulders, and boulders really are where you're going to get the largest amount of whatever it is that you're trying to get. But I would really, really, really like to see some Octarine boulders. More than one, if possible. I think during the last cycle of the ocean, and I do mean the entire cycle, so like all of this, all of it, the whole fucking thing. Pretty sure the only boulder that we saw was this one. Yeah, that's it. No other boulders. And like there's this one, pretty sure that one's a dud now. Pretty sure that one and that one are duds now. I'd be willing to bet that if I were to go check the entire line and cut all of the lines away that are just empty, most of the lines would be gone. I don't know why my left ear is so sensitive right now. Very much getting on my fucking nerves. Like, I don't need that extra detail being more distracting. I'm already easy enough to distract. I'm pretty sure that, like, a couple of the Katamari soundtracks that I reviewed, I feel relatively certain are mobile games. And for that, I apologize. I mean, like, having a mobile game OST... Like, I don't know, maybe I'm just weird about this one. Maybe it's the old man in me. I mostly, like, at all times, I want my phone to shut the fuck up. Like, a lot of my mobile phone gaming happens in public places when I'm trying to kill time. The last thing that I want out of that scenario is, wow, this is a really great soundtrack. I just want it to shut the fuck up. It's best if it doesn't make noise. And I'll be honest, of the games that I have fucked around with, I can't help but notice that the mobile game OSTs, for the most part, that I've, like, personally interacted with, those are not good OSTs. Some of these Katamari mobile game tracks do sound alright, but for the most part... Christ, dude, what is going on? Like, I have a lotion that I could theoretically put there, but I don't think I could, like, use my headphones if I put that on. I'll tell you this, as far as the boulders are concerned, though, I am a bit concerned that the, whatever number of Pandorian boulders I end up finding while clearing out the passage, I feel like there's a pretty high chance that we're going to end up with some overflow. It's not like it's not like that's a really terrible thing. Like, it's fun. It'd just be... It's annoying in terms of automation because it means that something that is normally fully automated would become something that I would have to have a hand in at some point. And in terms of automation, that's fucking annoying. Like, what's the point in automating this shit if I have to go, like, prod it? Yeah. This is my favorite DFO track. He knifed my face.
I really do need to review more of the Beatmania stuff. As like I said, like the styles between like 8th and 16th, I'm pretty familiar with that music. So I can pretty clearly like listen to it for a second and be like, oh yeah, it's this track. Yeah, I want to keep that one. Oh, it's this track. Nah, I don't want to keep that one. Like, it'd take me seconds on some of them to just be like, yes, that one. By the way, I'm pretty sure these Stardew tracks were like the first thing that I ever confirmed for this playlist. Out of my own curiosity, I wish I could remember when exactly I started working on it. So I know it wasn't like super long ago that I started curating this playlist. I want to say Viv and I were still at that ESA at the time. I didn't stream as much as I would have liked there because the internet... It's like we stayed at multiple different ESAs across all of our time and our many travels. And the ESA in Chicago... Their internet was fine. It was reliable enough. Like, it went down sometimes, but whatever, you know? Internet goes down sometimes everywhere. But at the ESA... At the ESA in Jersey, I don't think that we were there long enough for me to, like, really learn if that internet was or wasn't reliable. At the ESA out here, that internet was hot trash. And I'm pretty sure I know what it was. Is like they used, like... It's really offensive that the rooms still have, like, the Ethernet port in them, for the most part. But the Ethernet ports are no longer in service. You can't use them. They don't carry a signal. And that's on purpose, because they've outsourced their internet to a service where basically you pay them extra money if you want to have your internet service upgraded somewhat. And by upgraded, it supposedly boasts higher speeds, but I was not able to detect any of that. What I was able to ascertain, like the reason that we actually paid a bit extra for it, was because the way that it's set up is that you can only have so many devices attached to it. And, you know, once you exceed that number, you can't log any, you can't get any internet activity through any other devices. It's deeply annoying because that means if you've used those devices at all, then it can't be done. And like, also, bruh, so like, it also is like one of those, like, hotel Wi-Fi style setups where in order to log in, like, there's like every so often there's like an IP check-in, more or less, where you have to go through some like in-browser pages to confirm your IP, and not necessarily confirm your IP. It goes by your IMAC address. Anyways, this was a huge pain in the ass, especially for non-standard devices. But, like, our Roku Ultra has a process for this where basically the Roku Ultra more or less makes it where you can connect to the Roku Ultra directly through its own like little micro Wi-Fi setup. And what you do is with your phone, you go like it sends your phone to the login page, and then you do the login section on your phone, and it sends that back to the Roku Ultra, which is an interesting workaround to get it to work, where the Roku doesn't need to have like a browser set up that can understand the whole process. The Nintendo Switch also had something like that, so like with the Nintendo Switch you could go through all that, but funny enough, for some fucking reason, not the Xbox Series X. It didn't have any way to do that whatsoever. So with the Xbox Series X, what I had to do, because while it doesn't have the basic means to fucking go through a basic iMac login process, what it does have the ability to do is it allows you to change your iMac address on the console. So what I'd have to do is, and I typically would do it with the Nintendo Switch this way, is I would go through the process with the Switch, and then take that iMac address and put it on my Xbox Series X. In fact, that might still be the case. That my Xbox Series X might still have the same iMac address as my Switch. Because what I would do is I would go through the process with the Switch, and then the Xbox could just connect through those same credentials. With the only issue being that they would not be able to connect at the same time, which is fine because I don't really. Real talk, I don't really use either of them all that much. Yeah, the reason that the ESA here had such horrible internet issues didn't even have anything to do with the service itself. Like, the whole building is serviced through Wi-Fi. And Wi-Fi is bad enough in most cases. But the way that these buildings work is it utilizes a shitload of, I don't remember what the devices are called, but basically these like Wi-Fi extenders. Maybe that's what it's actually called. At one point I knew it as something else, but I guess that doesn't really matter anyway. And those Wi-Fi extenders 100% could not handle the massive load that they were being asked to carry. There's no way. Like, it was just outside of those things' ability to deal with all of the things that people were trying to connect with. Having said that, it didn't seem to happen at any particular time of day. It just happened sometimes. It was often enough and for long enough that streaming while I was there was just... Like, I would do it sometimes, and every so often, like, I had some days where I got pretty lucky and it didn't really fuck with me all that much, but most days were pretty bad. Because while it didn't take, like, a really long time to come back, it wasn't fast either. Hmm. I almost certainly would have streamed a lot more if that hadn't been a problem. Yeah, these ocean areas, like, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna reach the other side of this island, and then there will be a vast expanse of just going through a sea of blue in my boat. The slowest possible thing that could happen is something I would prefer would happen, is if I just start finding boulders. Because in the ocean, it's not as simple as like, oh, the nearest part of the line is over there. I'll just put down some conveyor belts and an outline and we're good. Like, under normal circumstances, you use some bridges because water happens, but out here, like, no. It's gonna be bridge all over the place. Oh, look at that. There's a dot in the middle of this. Hello, Dot. Goodbye, Dot. See a bunch of that multicolored coral out there. Now those are usually only around scenes in the ocean. I'm hoping that whatever scene is there, that boulders will be not far behind. Boulder. Was this the splash race? Yeah. I won't lie, I still think the Metropolis being here, like, crossed up with the desert, it's pretty sick. Hmm. Give. I am not sure what hit me right there. We'll go ahead and close this up. Closed up. Is this really not part of a scene though? Holy shit. I'm not used to those like colored corals just being around. They're almost always attached to some other kind of occurrence. Hmm. Well, this sucks. There we go. I forgot that I do, in fact, still have it in there somewhere. I'm not gonna lie, there is a bit of a compulsion to check and see how far along we are, but we've only been at this for an hour and 18, so I'm gonna assume not very far. Plus, like, realistically, there's a halfway point in the cardinal direction. My cardinal lines tell me everything that I need to know about that kind of shit. Bitch! He died. And then he died again. That's one thing about this game I really, really, really would like to have them, like, figure out and get fixed. I guess at the very least, there's certain enemy types that I feel like it happens with more often than others, but at least it doesn't happen with bosses. That would be, like, super extra trash. But yeah, this right here, this part of the process, this is why the ocean is much, much, much faster than the other biomes. And it's because, like, I can just clear out these sections forever and ever. Now the slowest thing out here, though, is I genuinely don't... Oh, God, that's the closest line? This is gonna suck. So, realistically, the closest line to me in terms of, like, I should run back to this one is genuinely is the fastest thing that I can do right now. And that sucks. I should probably just go ahead and do that while I'm not in the middle of that project yet. Yeah, I didn't think so. I have a feeling that for some reason, Viv cleared this island. And the reason I think that that's the case is because while I clear off everything, plants and all, aside from the enemy spawning agents, she tends to leave the plants alone and only focuses on the walls. Well, this guy's not gonna leave me alone, so I better take care of that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll go ahead and hit these real quick. Yeah, I don't know why either one of us would have focused energy on that island in particular. No idea. I don't know why I'm stopping there when well, no, yeah, I was gonna start it here. Here, you know what I see? A closed-ended area to map out up here in the wall. Yeah. We're good. Oh, shit. Just walked right into that like an idiot. Okay. Some freaking dance music boss stuff. I'm pretty sure I knocked out the bottom half of this island. Like, when I was doing this part of the block, I just hit this and was like, fuck it, this island is tiny. And went ahead and just got it all. Ooh. A solarite bold. Okay, so remember what I said earlier about how the slowest thing that could happen out here is finding a boulder and having to put down a shitload of area worth of line? Well, that's what just happened. So I would say probably for the next 20 minutes at least, that's what we're going to be stuck doing. Bitch! Rude ass motherfucker. This is the worst part about putting in a line out here in the ocean. Like, I mean, on top of the fact that, yeah, this is gonna take a fucking age. But it also means that every time that I cross a gap of water, there's the distinct possibility that I end up getting a fucking rock to the face for fucking sack of shit from one of those guys. I'm not worried about that one. Fucking bastards. Ranged attacks everywhere. Okay, you have got to go away. I gotta say though, when when I was initially saying, I hope I find a boulder, I was not talking about a solarite boulder. I mean, we take those, sure, but like, that was not the hope. Those were not the dreams. Whatever. Also, this is very much how you, like, chew up a shitload of your bridges. This just makes me think, whatever, fuck it, I'm down here. Earlier, I considered doing it, and I was just like, nah. Yeah, this is 100%. This is Viv's doing. I mean, I guess to be fair, I've never specified, like, yes, I also want the plants all ripped up. Like, directly, but I have indirectly because I have mentioned to her what a pain in the ass fully clearing the passage is gonna be in the areas where, like, the big open areas where there's just heaps and heaps and heaps of those plants. Or I guess they're plants. Whatever the hell those things are. Bits of coral? No, probably not. Whatever they are, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Open area where plant-like thing that requires 3 hits each is fucking pain in the ass. You know, part of me sometimes, like, sometimes I want to give Hollow Knight another shot. It's like, I don't know, for me, Hollow Knight is like a perfect example of when a game is just good enough to be not quite good enough, in my opinion. Because I don't need to do this right now, but this is a convenient time to just acknowledge the fact that this is a closed area of water that I can just go ahead and knock out. Fucking damn it. Damn it. Could you whores, like, fuck off, dude? Damn. What a time for someone to show up. Hello, Owen. How's it going? Yes, sir. I'm just, like, preparing for the DLC, the new update. Well, realistically, I probably don't have to do anything that I'm doing right now. But I figure it's a great way to kill time until the thing drops, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I've been end game on this for a while. Yee. I mean, like, the stuff that they're talking about adding right now, though, everything that they've outright announced in the updates suggests that everything is going to be added outside of the passage. There will probably be more to it than that, obviously, because there was a delay for a reason, because they said that they were going to add a hell of a lot more, but eh. Right? I mean, like, I know that I could get more information because I've done it before. But I don't want to. I want to be surprised. When the update drops, I want to look at everything and I want to feel shock and awe. I doubt that, because in all likelihood, it's just going to be the same program running on better hardware. I doubt that there's going to be a switch to a specific version at all. But I mean, on their Blue Sky account, they outright, like, a while back, they had an update that was, let's be honest, a little too easy to miss. Where they said that they were going to push this update back to winter because they had so many great ideas they wanted to implement that it was just too much to make the original timeline, but I don't know. And that's why they call it a tin hat theory. It is what it is. Oddly, I'm, like, of everything that's supposedly coming, I'm most interested in the automation, because I'm a fucking nerd. Hardcore nerd energy. I want to see what kind of other things I can automate. Like, I want to build logistics. Well, I mean, they've said that there's 2 new biomes being added in the next update. through like official channels. If you go into the Steam news on the game, the Void and I don't remember Breaker's Point or something. But yeah, it feels like they're just gonna keep on adding content. I imagine what'll end up happening is similar to what happened with Concerned Ape and Stardew Valley. We'll get to a point to where they'll be like, this is the last one. And then they'll get ideas, and then they'll make a new update, and then they'll be like, but no, really, this is the last one. And then they'll get more ideas, and then they'll make more stuff and be like, but no, really, this is the last one. It's never the last one. That shit reminds me of, like, the same kind of energy people had back when DDR Extreme came out and be like... because, like, back then, like, every time that there was a new version of Dance Dance Revolution, everybody was like, oh, they named it this because it's gonna be the last one. And then DDR Supernova. See, Supernova is what happens when things end. This is gonna be the last one, and then Supernova 2, and then X, and then X2, and then X3. Like, guys, just stop. It isn't ending. They are going to keep making these until they stop making money. You're in the more combat aspect. I mean, I'm into all of it, but like, I don't know why. For some reason in this particular update, I'm just pumped for whatever kind of automation changes they give us. I mean, I could show you what kind of shit I've got going on at home. Where is the nearest? I suppose there's this one. That's not horribly far away. Yeah, the hell with it. We'll get my inventory filled up, and I'll show you what I deal with at home. When I make the horrible decision to return to home. Nope. I'm a very min-maxed kind of person when it comes to games like this. I'm also very much a hoarder when it comes to games like this. Another modded playthrough. This is one of those games I'm not sure how I would make it difficult and still fun. Because there's a lot of enemy types in this game that I find really more annoying than deadly. But like, combat games are my specialty, and realistically in that regard, this game is not actually the kind of thing that I normally play. But I still love it. There's something about it that's just great. Excuse me, sir. Now, see, that just sounds like a slog. Like, I think, like, in my mind, good combat, like, a good way to have combat difficulty is more about, like, enemy movement and like expecting the player to have different ways to react to combat rather than just taking the same aspects and ramping the numbers up a bunch. Because under that description, I would literally be behaving the same way. It would just be slower. Yeah, I don't. Probably nothing. I wonder what kind of enemies we're gonna have in the new areas. Now that you've got me thinking about it. They said that there's gonna be like a bunch of non-organic machines and shit. And the video actually showed like it kind of looked like the big cicada boss, except metal, for like the few frames that it showed it approaching the screen. They also showed off that flamethrower weapon, which I gotta say, I don't know why they bother with that, considering that the laser, like, I mean, we've got this, so why would I need a flamethrower? And it occurs to me it's probably just for the novelty of having it, rather than because it's gonna be necessary or useful. It's sort of like the opposite of that bubble gun. You don't know what else to do. Yeah. I mean, that's the real pain of waiting for new content, is just like sitting on your hands and just wishing for something else to do. That's what this setup is pretty much just crit stuff. One thing I can tell you though, I think the highest damage I ever did in one hit was something like, I want to say it was like 218,000. And it was with a burning setup, and it was because basically I had a burning setup on my combat gear that made it where I could stack a bunch of fire on the enemy, and then I had a % chance to consume all of those burn stacks at once. And it turns out that effect by itself already does a heap of damage, and I'm sure you already know that. But that effect can also crit. But that effect can also be tripled by my out with triple trouble. Oh yeah, I'm really more about having like a more even balanced setup where even if things go horribly wrong, I've gotten out. Like I stream Neo 2 as well, and a lot of people that I talk to on that are really into trying to like find every way that they can to get like one big killer strike. That's just never been my way of doing things. But it is interesting to see how fucking out of control some builds can get. Yeah. I also play this game with my lady friend sometimes, and she's not, like, particularly combat savvy in video games, so usually what I'm doing is I'm trying to find builds that she could easily gel with as well and get good results. She's not bad at games, per se, but, like, the huge number of years of experience, she don't got that. How full is my inventory? Reasonably. We'll do a couple more lines and go ahead and port back home. $150. Gotta get that triple swipes, man. Like, the triple trouble effect on the owl is just, it's busted. Like, I quite like having the rabbit for a while, because it's just convenient to have it sometimes just shoot a shot that, like, pierces through multiple enemies, but... Oh, it's already with it? Interesting. Crit and triple trouble, or just... You know... Whatever, you're more the damage hunter than I am, so I'm just gonna trust you that that was with everything considered. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure the highest number that I remember was in the 218k range, but my issue with it was not that it didn't do a lot of damage. My issue with it is that it didn't have all that much dodge, whereas the setup I have now is very crit focused, has like life leech and a decent amount of dodge. So, you know, even if things go poorly, there's a pretty good chance I'm gonna be fine. And, like, the burn setup, it's great that it can do that much damage, but it didn't reliably do huge heaps of damage. It just did huge heaps sometimes. But yeah, something like this, I had it set up without the cat. I don't particularly care for the cat. I'm all about the owl. And plus, like, with the cat you don't get triple trouble. With the cat you get, I don't remember, what's it called? Unleashed? Yeah, 100%. Also, on my combat setup, I always use the feathers so that, like, you know, if an attack needs to be avoided, it's easy enough to just zip real quick. Anyway. That also has crit chance, but it drains life on hit, so like 9 life on melee hit, and you combine that with the laser, and you just, like, even if you're taking damage, a lot of the time you can just stand there and tank and just constantly leech life back to you. It's a choice. Anyway, so this is the Great Machine. And of course the front end of it has been boomed away because I've been in the desert. Go away. Anyway, so excuse me while I fix this shit. Get out of my life. Oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted. So, the way that this is set up is all the metal that comes in from the outside automatically gets passed in through here. And it looks like I'm just gonna have to... And then you've got all of the different furnaces. But on top of that, because, like... Now, this doesn't happen often, but sometimes when you save your game... items that are being held by one arm will be spawned in at the base of that arm. So because of that, I have an alternate set of arms. Every arm that's part of the actual line has an alternate arm that also can pull anything that gets stuck on the base off of it. And then you've got this box. If I dump things on this box, then it actually goes all the way over to just next to the line over here. And how fucked are we right now? Nah, we'll be fine. And the reason I have radiation at the front instead of, like, traps and shit is because if I arrive and there's a bomb scarab right there, and there's not other enemies putting it into combat mode, and it takes enough damage, it'll just die without ever trying to blow up. I really, really, really hate bomb scarabs, because I always mess up my shit. Anyways, on top of that, of course, we've got, like, all of... I didn't need to put nearly as many of these down as I did. But we've got all of these buzzsaws doing this on automation. We've got several sections of wood automation. It goes back for a ways. I had some cooking automation, but it doesn't take your bonuses into account, and I automated this because, like, I got bored. I do... Wait, why are these still not grown? The fuck? I do, but, like... I'm very dubious about sharing my Discord credentials because lately, like, Discord hacks have been just fucking out of control. I don't think I've noticed that bug before just now. Bruh. Hmm. It seems like it's not that big of a deal, but yeah, that does seem kind of annoying. What the frick? Alright. Back to the dig. Wait, what? I think I missed something. Bruh. Well, no, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like, it is possible that you did see it here, and I'm just not recognizing what you mean. Okay, no, that doesn't sound like something that you saw here. Yeah, but what about it? Wait, I thought the HP increasing item in the volcano areas was the, that legendary fish. Hey! Hmm. I'm just not that fucking good with names, so let's see. Splendid Amalgam. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I've ever even encountered this. I mean, I will eventually because I'm clear cutting the map, but this doesn't look familiar to me at all. And here's to hoping I can get more than one of them because, like I said, I have a partner that plays with me and she would definitely need it. Anyway, Asura's Wrath. Every time this music comes up, I think I should play more Asura's Wrath, and then I don't. How dare you? There's a punishment here for talking bullshit. There's not. Continue doing it, it's fine. Off with his head! You know, if you noticed that just now, that crab had to be killed twice before it actually went away. That's the one bug that I think is, like, kind of a big deal right now, is that sometimes enemies have to be killed twice. Like, the game doesn't update with the fact that they got killed the first time. It does feel like it happens less often than it used to. I'm trying to remember how far back that bug started being a thing, because when I first started playing this game, that wasn't a thing. But when I first started playing this game was... well, put it this way, the Great Wall didn't come down when I first started playing this. Now, back before the fall of the Iron Curtain. I mean, it frequently happens when I'm using the pickaxe as well. And it's kind of funny when I'll be like, you know, because I'm clear cutting the map, right? So it's funny to me when I'm clear cutting an area and one of the frickin' birds will, like, it's like they always want to hug the wall where I'm digging. They specifically want death. That's what I've convinced myself of. Anyways, and there will be instances where I'll swing pickaxe, hit a wall, it'll kill the bird, but the bird is still there, even though it also dropped meat. Okay. I will accept the free meat. Oh wait, you said that you've lurked here before, but this is how much of the map is done so far. Honestly, there's, I think, overall, not too terribly much left. All things considered. But I get distracted a lot, like when I decide, like, oh, look at all these bugs, I should catch those. Alright, back to digging, back to the mines. For a good long while, it was just a thing that I did while I was taking in the news, because, you know, it's the news. So I need something relatively calming. Mindless and calming. How do you cope with literally every aspect of life being super ultra fucked? Well, I dig. Yeah, like I said, there's almost certainly no reason to do this before the update, but I guess it's just a way to kill time. I could be playing Hero Siege or Control or Subnautica instead, but here I am. Digging. Oh, I'm not... I mean, you just saw my home space. There's no decoration there at all, really. I'm the same way as Stardew. I just want a highly functional space. I want to maximize my value, and at most put in things that help logistically with, like, say, identifying which chest is which by color coding them, for instance. Like, in this game, what I typically have to identify what chest is what is there's like a little, like I put a single item table off to the side of the chest that has an example of what's in those chests. But that's not always good enough. So many frickin' items. Oh, I do have an item in this that I'm absolutely, like, confirmed by the lead game, project lead. And I can tell you exactly what happened. So I was digging in a crystal biome area, and I found a section where it overlapped ocean, like it overlapped this wood with like crystal walls. So they were like, it was like two sections of wood that were like just tangled with each other. And I think like the game tried to spawn a crystal snail in the middle of all that, and it failed to spawn in properly, and so it just produced like a little crystal snail item. Not a trophy. Just a crystal snail item. It has no description. It just says crystal snail. And it's my favorite bug because it's just literally a thing I get to keep forever. Can't remember that dude's name, Prentair or something. He's been mostly pretty good about like answering questions or like reacting to various statements about like, you know, like different issues that I've had with the game. That happened back when the classic maps were still around, though. I didn't have that happen on, like, the updated map structure. Yeah, I remember when they added like I don't remember what the areas are called, but basically the Oasis, I think is what it is. When they added these, it got dropped right on top of some of my conveyor belts. And I didn't realize that meant some of my conveyor belts were just not there anymore. So at some point, like every so often, I'll go out along the line and check everything to see that everything is still working. Or I'll just use the conveyor belts to move more quickly. And yeah, when I figured out that was just broken, I'm not gonna lie, that was a little annoying. I think, honestly, when it comes to, like, when they make an updated area that then gets added to your map, I like that they do that, but the one thing that I wish would happen is I really, 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 really wish that it would update your map. Like, if a new area got added to the desert, right, and it spawned in right here, what I would like is for my map to show just a hole here, an unexplored area. And then I could go there and see it. That would be great. Instead, like, if they added a new area to the desert, like, what the fuck, man? Am I supposed to re-explore the entire desert? I'm not gonna do that. That's asking far too much. Especially since it's in already mapped areas. When you're going back and forth trying to find a new place, you don't... It's harder to maintain a pattern of where I have and have not re-explored or double-checked. It's just, ugh. It's a problem. It is a first world problem. But I'm also not a big fan of that bug where, like, projectiles aren't necessarily where you see them. Like, I'll, like, move out of the way of a projectile and then move back to where I was, and it'll hit me after the fact. It's fucking lame. I think that's one reason why I would be totally against trying to put together, like, a harder version of Core Keepers, because, like, that's a fundamental issue with the game being able to, or not being able to really track its own damage very well right now. Which is also a relatively new bug. Or at least in my experience, it's relatively new. Like, I haven't experienced that for, like, a super long time. But yeah, deeply irritating. God damn it. I went right into that. Oh yeah, like I said, like I don't even want to know anything more than what I already do. I want to be surprised. I want it to come out and I want to be pleasantly surprised by what I see. I miss the days of surprises in video gaming. Like, I probably would have actually been interested in Smash 4 if they hadn't, like, spoiled it to hell and back before it actually came out. Because, bro, like, when it came out, fucking, like, I'm just trying to imagine, like, what if the Punch-Out community had not been told Little Mac was going to be in that game? And then the game drops, and then you've got, like, big streamers finding out live, like, oh shit, it's Little Mac. Those would have been sick moments. You would have seen people, like, legit freaking out. Instead, it was just like, oh, right, we were already told Little Mac was going to be here. Set off the fireworks, I guess. the fucking Mirkwood track. This has not been a stage in that game for literal decades. I say decades, at least a decade. So those were some simpler times in the DFO history. Dude, I'm such a gaming grandpa. I'm like, I remember back before this update. Before the 1.0 update, I mined uphill both ways. Bitch. I got no gaming grandpa commentary about Silent Hill 2. Actually, I kind of do. Shit. It's like, I played the PC version, and the PC, but like the architecture of the executable file on the PC version, I guess it's theoretically a DOS executable. At any rate, the infrastructure of that executable was designed around a time when multi-core processors weren't a thing, and so when processes are split, the executable doesn't have like a procedure for this, so it just like misorders the strings that are going in and out. And because of that, there's like consistent errors that will eventually just kill the game. And the way to fix that is to use and I don't know if there's another way to do this, but there's a DOS command that I believe I had to actually download the executable for, called image config, or IMAGECFG, and you can like basically image config.exe slash, -A 01, and then like the executable name. And basically what it's doing is it's appending a permanent bit onto the code to tell it that it can only use one core of the processor. In that case, it would be the second core. And that's just a priority thing, not so much. It doesn't need to be the second core. And the reason that that's important is because even if the game starts up with multi-core affinity and you like tell Windows to not do that after the fact, it still fucks everything up. But it needs to be on a one-core setup right away. Like, one of the funniest things about it is that, like, it eventually creates, like, an inescapable crash scenario through, like, variables that even get saved to your save file. Which I think is more of a Silent Hill thing than anything else, because, Like, the PSN version of Silent Hill 1 had a similar issue with, like, after X amount of times that you fire the pistol, there will be a certain time that you fire it where it will, like, make a high-pitched beat that will never go away. And if you just try to ignore the fact that you're being deafened, eventually the game will just crash. And for whatever reason, whatever variable is causing that is, again, it's saved to your save files. So if you've fired the gun X amount of times and you've been saving this whole time, then you could literally, the time that I noticed somebody, they were literally on the final boss trying to kill it with the pistol, and they could not because the game would crash before that while they were just dealing with the high-pitched scream. It was so heartbreaking. So I don't know what Silent Hill's issues is with, like, saving unnecessary information that causes problems. How close are we to... Oh. That's the main south line, so we're not that far away from it. And the only gamer grandpa information I have about Astral Chain is game bad. Oh, you just read the Steam post about it? Yeah. No, yeah, there's definitely a decent amount of stuff that they were planning on adding. There was also, like, as a lead up to this, there were like mini teasers in the form of adventurer journals. So one of the things that they teased was like fishing nets that you could just place in the water that would essentially do fishing automatically for you over time. I imagine that's because, like, they have this cattle, right, that only eats kelp. I think it's because of that. I don't think it's as much about anything else. I think it's because, like, if there's one thing I've noticed about game devs, they get kind of annoyed when they add things to a game that no one uses ever. And, like, the resource you get from those guys isn't necessary at all. And the only means to feed them is something, like, let's be real, even if you really, really love fishing, are you gonna spend hours a day fishing for kelp? I'm certainly fucking not gonna do that. No way. And that honestly might be the main reason why, like, if you go through the mods nexus for this, there's like 3 different variants of auto fishers. And all those do is make it where you just, like, basically it's an idle fisher. You leave your character facing a body of water and it just casts and catches automatically over and over. I personally think the lifespan of my computer is not worth draining for that. Like, right now I am streaming and doing a thing. Is what I'm doing important? No, but it's a hell of a lot more worthwhile than whatever the hell that would be. Same, but I like it that way. Like, I mean, I do know that at one point, and I think that they linked this on their Blue Sky account as well. At one point, they had this forum post where they were just like asking people for their ideas, like, you know, what kind of things would you like to see in Core Keeper? And it's really cool that they accept, you know, suggestions and influence from the fan base. That's cool. I like that. What I don't like is, like, you know, it's one thing to be like, hey, I'd really like to see more biomes or more equipment or more bosses. I really don't like the idea of trying to tell them what kinds of biomes, because, like, I would rather let them be creative. Let them cook. And right, if you're the one that gave them the idea, then when it happens, there's no surprise factor there. You're just like, oh yeah, this is the thing I told them to do. Like, I suppose the only cool thing about that would be being able to tell other people later, oh yeah, this feature that you guys all really like, yeah, that was my idea. Or, on the other hand, you could totally clam up about it and never accept responsibility for suggesting a feature everyone hates. Like, me? What? I didn't do that. Who? I would never. I mean, I got ideas, don't get me wrong. Like, so far, they've been cooking pretty good. I don't see any reason that they would need my help on, like, designing areas or bosses or enemies. Like, when it comes to, like I said, like, basic shit, like, I'd like to see more equipment, please. Or, like, one thing that I've suggested is that I would like it if Owlux just collected bugs that were nearby automatically. Because Owlux is a bird. Birds would do that. I mean, granted, they would eat the bugs and not share them with the player, but still. I would like some kind of automated bug catching because, for real, it just chews up a lot of time. Oops. Yeah, exactly. What would the player base like to see more of is fine, but when people are in there, be like, oh, you should make an ice biome. Like, oh, an ice biome. Ooh. Don't go crazy now. That's way too creative. Like, I feel like at some point or another there will be an ice biome. It's just... I promise you didn't, like, they aren't so brain dead that they need you to suggest ice. Decorative item pouches. You know what I would like? Equipment item pouches, because the #1 thing that creates just heaps of inventory bloat for me is all of these goddamn ancient gem rings and ancient gem necklaces. I figured, you know, when they first announced pouches, I was shocked at the fact that there's not a bug pouch, because, like, to me, that felt like the most logical thing to exist ever. Because, like, I mean, if you were doing, like, bug collection in this way, that's sort of, like, it just seems like the natural state of affairs. Like, you would have a fucking bug pouch. Why wouldn't you? But, it is what it is. It's also interesting that it feels like they've already made the pouches, the largest pouches, more accessible. Because, like, at first, as far as I know, they were only, like, you could only get, like, the seed pouch from the Jungle Titan. And you could only get, like, the valuables pouch. Or was it the metal and walls pouch? Either way, you could only get them from, like, specific bosses and shit. And now it's like, oh, you broke a plant. Here's a large valuable pouch. Congratulations on kicking that plant's ass. I did not do that on purpose. Bitch. Oh, you mean like those feckin' plants that take 3 hits to knock down? I would argue against that because unless you go through multiple different biomes in a single trip, like, the only place that has a relatively large number of individual different, as we will call them, decorative items right now, is the desert. All the other places, there's, like, what? The jungle has the small bush and the large bush. And then the passage, as you just pointed out, I guess there's, what, 5 or 6 there? Yeah, I suppose. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like it's that big of a problem. But, it's just the desert has, like, the big rock, the small rock, the trees. It has the rock arch that faces this way, the rock arch that faces that way. Like, why are they? It's the same item in 2 different orientations. Why isn't that just a rotation rather than a separate different thing? Boo hiss. I don't know, yeah, it's like, in some cases, like, in some places, I really don't think there's enough individual decoratives to warrant a pouch. But then again, you could make the same claim about the wall and metals pouch, because, like, how many different walls are you going to encounter in most normal scenarios, right? Particularly in a passage, just the one. Maybe 2 when you encounter the little maze area, but that's just 2. And you got Pandorian ore. That's it. 3 slot. That goes up to 10k. So unless you're going through multiple biomes all at the same time, it's not particularly necessary. I'm totally down with the seed and plant pouch, though, because, like, if you run across just 4 different plants, then boom, that shit is filled. Oh, no, yeah, and I mean, I don't disagree. And I mean, like, in reality, even if I think it's a problem or not a problem, like, it's not like I'm the only person in the demographic. There is no right or wrong here. But I guess, like, if I was going to argue from a dev team point of view, then the question would be, like, would it be worth spending time making the thing? But at the same time, because, like, the code for the different pouches exists, I would wonder, like, how much time would it take to simply add another one? And I think that, like, the largest amount of time that it would take would just be whitelisting all of the items that apply to that particular pouch. Yeah, I agree with that. I do not know why there is a fish pouch. It just does not feel necessary in the slightest. I mean, like, granted, there is a massive variety of fish. There is. But who the fuck is, like, going out adventuring and then, like, doing a big session of fishing in the desert and then continuing to adventure and then does a big fishing session in the ocean and then continues to adventure and then does a big fishing session in the hive? Like, who does that, dude? Nobody does that. Who want that? Hiya. Uh-oh, I'm full. I'm filled to the motherfucking brim. And the music is giving me attitude about it. Why did they build this ship in a boxed-in location just to let it sink? SMH. I mean, I'm a little surprised that when they did the bombs and the bags and blasts update, that they added pouches, cool, but why didn't they add any new actual full-on inventory bags? I thought that was like a really odd choice, because there's really not very many of them, but we have a slot in our equipment that's dedicated specifically to this. And, like, to be fair, just to be clear, like, any complaints that you and I have, and we have complaints, because no game is perfect, the game is still pretty fucking good. Like, these are all, like, anything that we're discussing right now, it's all just nitpicking. But there will always be nits to pick. I mean, like, upgrading the main inventory bags does have, like, a value to it, because this one gives you mining damage. And movement speed, so two of my favorite things. Although, I gotta say, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna have there, because I don't remember what, like, alternate stats the other ones have. So I don't know what in the world I'm gonna put there when I'm done with all of this mining shit. I saw that. Get over here, crab. Man, fucking Twisted Metal. Right, if we didn't love the game so much, we wouldn't have these complaints. Because it would be a lot more like in the realm of, well, who gives a shit? Like, if somebody came through and was nitpicking Minecraft, I'd be like, that's nice, dear. By the way, just to clarify, I curated this entire playlist myself. This isn't like playing off of a streaming service or anything like that. Alright, man. Have a good one. Take care of yourself. And if I don't see you before the big update drops, have fun with that shit. It's not gonna take luck, it's just gonna take way too much dedication. Thank you, thank you. Take care. Ironically, considering the conversation about the idea for the decoratives bag, this is a perfect place for something like that. Like, if we'd had that conversation in here, I probably would have had, like, zero room to push back. There's these feckin' chairs, these tables, the tiles on the ground. There's so much shit in this place, bro. Even like the mix-up with the areas where there's like a few items from the wilderness in here. Like both the bushes, the tree. These fucking tables, these seats. The beds. This thing, the toilets are in here sometimes, the rugs, these planters. This flooring. Like, this place is the decorative's epicenter. You know what? I've changed my mind. I am Team Decorative's bag. It certainly does make a hell of a lot more sense than the effing fishing bag. Ah, the hell with it. We'll knock this out right now because it's tiny. This soundtrack is so good. I know fuck all about this game, but the soundtrack is very good. I know that there's still like some land to my east, to the east of me that's not done at all, but I can knock out all of this blue space. Like honestly, I could see myself like replacing Katamari Damacy music with some Gravity Rush. Like that's how like chilled out some of these like jazz vibes are. Okay, you know what? Let's wrap up my swimming session and get back to what I was doing. Because this clearly goes quite far. I remember this area. Viv and I chased the Atlantean worm through that gap. And, like, I was racing out ahead of her, and when I went through that gap, I thought, there's no way that actually has a single tile wide all the way through it. Okay, I'm gonna drop some things on the line, and then I'm going to take a break. Alright, I will be back.
Did you hear that? I don't care what it was. You still want to fight? I'll fight you.
Okay.
Time to...
What do you say to that? What do you, like... What do you say to it? What?
How about this?
Did I make him fucking hurt himself? Yo, get smushed. Yo, what? That was worth it. Oh my god. That was so glorious.
How about this? Take this.
Oh, Jesus.
The last piece of that accursed blade. Now, get back to Ulthane and finish this business.
Yeah. Okay, that's enough. Oh no, Hold on. Yo, it didn't go off. Good. Fun. We just got back. Oh man, that was fantastic. What? Good.
Where's the canister? Blown away. You'll never find it.
This guy. What's up, this guy? I can actually win in a DPS race. So get fucked.
That was fun.
Can't tell you how much I don't like this. Can't,
I've decided to just throw a small food in the oven. So probably around 3 hours and 26 minutes on that timer. It'll be time to step away and eat. It won't take me that long. That's just 3 relatively large chicken tenders. Bubble gun. Draconian Tower. I think that this was called the Dragonoid Nest in English. This stage has also not been in DFO for a very, 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 very long time. Hell, the entire area that this stage existed in has not been in DFO for an incredibly long time. I didn't mean to beat him to death with my Scarlet Hoe, but whatever. Now I've got myself like trying to pay attention to the timer. I'm not good at that. You know what, same story as last time. I say the area is just not big enough to not go ahead and get it done. So it's like completely different from how things go in the other in the other biomes. And the other biomes, you don't just say, oh, that's small enough to go ahead and hit now. In the other biomes, for the most part, I say, fuck it, that's tomorrow's problem. Unless I get distracted by bugs, which is always. Okay, we'll just go ahead and haul ass to this next section. I do not think that the bottom half of this is small enough to just go ahead and get. You know, an ocean sapphire just sitting out in the open for free. Gotta love that shit. As I go out of my way to get it as though it's going to fucking vanish. Yo, could you imagine if this game worked like other games where it's like you left the drop on the ground for too long, so it vanished? Like, while I'm sure that that would make the way that this game handles memory a hell of a lot more convenient, I also kind of think that it would make the game borderline unplayable in some cases. Like, for instance, like, all the automation that involves, like, drilling for items and shit. Nah, dude, like, that would be utterly intolerable. All the items that I drop on the line make it go back to the metal machine, like, nah. Literally none of that would make any sense. It's kind of weird how appropriate this track is for the crystal biome, although this track is pretty quiet. I would just hit that crystal snail in the face with my topaz ring, like you do. But yeah, like I was mentioning to him earlier, like, once all of this digging is done, and I mean, like, let's be real, once we run out of other things to do with the new update, I'm probably gonna dig out the new portion of the map as well. I don't see why I wouldn't. Especially if I'm all caught up, you know? But, when there's nothing to freaking dig out, I don't know what I'm gonna do with my equipment, with all of my setups. It's Unleashed, right? Yeah. I didn't actually see Sonic Unleashed when I looked down. What I saw was Citadel Night. And like, I don't know any other games that separate their stages into day and night, so... Or like, there are others, but come on. I'm not gonna suspect that it's Unleashed and be like, oh no, it just happens to be another game that does that. Bitch. Oh, the 26 mark. I successfully paid attention, sort of. It's genuinely dinner time, so I will be back once I'm done eating. Spear hammers are total bullshit, for real. If only the spear was as good in the player's hands. Fantastic.
Batman, what are you doing? Where did he go? He threw that motherfucker off the building. That's rude. That is not... That violates your everything, you lying sack of shit. I'm sorry. Hold on. I am busy paying my respects. Could you fuck off, please? Oh, well, he's gone. Never mind. It was a much faster car I just passed, but it was a two-door.
We should stop the friendly fire first. Then I could get these fuckers going.
That's a position. Fair enough. This man needs some assistance. I don't think I've seen an arm do what that arm is doing. Yo, that was big-brained as fuck. I wish somebody was here to have witnessed that. 7 million-ish, but I'm pretty much done buying bullshit.
Things they got over there look bang tidy.
The things are bang tidy. What the oh my god! What is this game tonight? Great. But yeah, okay, so the strongest melee push in the game is well, that's good. I don't know. Good video game. Well, I guess we're hoofing it back.
Self-scan complete. Bacterial infection has spread to the skin and pulmonary system. Medical report recorded to date to bank. It is imperative you find a way to neutralize the infection.
Oh, dude. Oh, man. Joe, what the fuck? The psychic handling of the gun. That was delicious. What the fuck? The hell? I'm for it.
Miller, did you miss me? Not bad. A latched remembering.
I knew you would appreciate it.
I'm here to get my memory back.
Everything's here. You only need to look.
Your little games don't scare me, madame.
In time, little one. In time.
Oh, god damn it.
We owe you our lives, Vault Hunter. Worship the Vault Hunter. Worship the Vault.
Oh, the box disappeared.
Whoops. Come on back.
Neat. You're kidding me. What? This is so stupid. I hate this game. Well, there goes one of the big guys. We just started. Okay, so we've got the war chief himself is ranged. He's got one more ranged dude with him. I feel like that should be fun. What is your problem? We've been betrayed. No, you really haven't. What is happening? I didn't do this. I didn't do this. What? He's stuck in a car. Hey, yo, bruh. Are you serious? Okay.
With all that I've got.
Officer! Officer, I need help! Officer! Officer! Help! Ah! That didn't go too well. Here we go. Let's just plonk. Oh no, I'm in the trash. What? What? Oh God. Well, okay, that's a dead cop. I didn't do it. I have nothing to do with that. Yo, dude. Hey, that's my Betsy. Hey, did you not? Yo, dude, that's my Betsy. Stop. Good fucking job, my... Fuck. Here I am mocking one for it, and then the other one did it.
The better.
What the fuck? Ah, what the fuck? This game is gonna end up having like its own marathon worth of just like really silly highlights. Oh, fuck off, dude.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I'm definitely not helping with that. Are you serious? Wow. I genuinely don't understand, man. What is he doing? What are you doing, Ray? Don't be an idiot.
Dude, I didn't mean to do that. If you can't fight the Revenant, don't fight the Revenant. Are you fucking serious, bro? I honestly, I don't even know what the hell to say about this guy. Good fucking job, dude. I am not surprised. I can't, like, what in the fuck was any of that?
Flying beasties that I just went past. What the fuck?
Yeah, worth it. I'll say it definitely pays for itself the first few drinks.
You fucking asshole.
Let's just say when I'm out and about, I don't buy regular sodas anymore, unless I get one with like a meal. I almost always just go to a QT and how much course do I have? I have so much course.
Okay. Good. What is he doing?
Okay. Bruh. Bruh. Oh my god. Alright. Food was good, let's go. Oh, shit. I say this mostly feels like jazz and like trumpet and horn. Why is this in Guitar Freaks again? Sorry about that. It's weird. It's like every time that I stream and take a break and come back, then my sinuses get all fucked up. Not like when I step away to like use the bathroom or whatever, like I don't have any problems then, but like if I actually step away and eat something and come back, for instance, or step away and be like, oh, well, you know, I'm gonna take a short walk, or last time it was just I had to take the trash out. Altar of Infinity. Honestly, I don't know if this is still in the game or not. I think the last time I played it, it was. To be fair, the last time I played DFO was a very long time ago. If memory serves, the last time that I did Altar of Infinity was one of those stages where it's like, I don't have fatigue points to spend on the rest of the game, so there's only, like, once you run out of, basically the game gave you a certain amount of, like, they're called fatigue points, or at least they were in English, where every room that you touch in each dungeon takes 1 point away. So long as you have any points left, you can enter a dungeon. Even if you only have 1 point left, that doesn't mean that you can only touch one room and then you get ejected. Like, you get to finish that dungeon, but if you have no points, you can't enter a stage. With some exceptions. Like, for instance, the Forgotten Lands you can go into twice a day. It has, like, entries into the Forgotten Lands had nothing to do with fatigue points, and the same thing was true about... As far as I remember, like, the Altar of Infinity was one such stage where you could do it 3 times a day, and I don't even remember why you would do it. Like, what the goal for that stage was, I don't remember. It's probably one of those scenarios where, like, the stage still exists, but the purpose for it is more or less gone. But there was, there were multiple different types of stages that you could enter X number of times a day, or with certain keys that weren't fatigue point related. So, like, even once you ran out of points, there was still usually something that you could do. And failing that, you could always switch to a different character. Because those points were like character specific. And refilled every day, of course. Hey! You're immortal. Unless I hit you again, of course. Bruh. Delicious. I'm not gonna lie, the way that this track is playing out, it's feeling like Polyphia right now. Which is a huge compliment because Polyphia is the shit. Most of the time. Yo, what's up, Atlantean? Hey, SMT3. Yo, what's up, Jess? How's it going? How's me? My sinuses are acting up, but aside from that, everything is A-okay. We're in our new place. We like it here. Our costs are lower. We're we're finally able to put some money aside. We're going to get back a huge amount of money from our security deposit on the last apartment. $1,600. And we're probably going to get a really nice mattress with that. I say probably. It's almost certain that that's what we're going to do with it. Core Keeper's got a nice chunky update coming out on January the 28th. And so I've decided to completely empty out this map in response. Why? I don't know. But I've got a decent amount of the map already done. Having said that, let's see. Today, I started off about here. And it has taken me 3 hours. Well, the timer that you see on screen right now, it's taken me that long to get to where I am now. Sir. Man, somehow that hit me. Anyways, realistically what I'm doing is boring as hell. Both to do and to watch. So I feel like the only reason anybody would be here is if they specifically wanted to hang out with me or if they were enjoying the music. Music with a backdrop of sound effects. Once I finish the portion that I intend to do today, I'm gonna switch to a different game for a bit, and I'm still not sure which game. I'm thinking about it. Oh god. The hell? How far are we from the corner? Further than I thought, honestly. Whoops. Who knew you couldn't break walls with a bug net? But I am astounded. Genuinely, I could not even see that those pools were there. But yeah, once we get to and clear out that bottom left corner, I'm gonna have to figure out what game to switch to. And I'm thinking a little bit of cooked served delicious too, just for the hell of it. Fucking bastard. Give me that. I didn't want to kill him, but he was in the fucking way. Wait. I never refilled my bucket. Bloop. Now I've refilled my bucket. What the hell? Sack of shit. You know, the other day I was thinking, you know, I have everything that I need to speedrun this. I should probably get back to it and pop off some new PBs and shit. And now I realize, alright, the controller I would use for this broke at random for no apparent reason. Like, I was using it, and I felt something, like, move past my left ring finger. And then the left trigger just didn't work anymore. It just doesn't work. I don't know why. I opened it up, I couldn't find anything. Then again, this controller is a pain in the dick to open, so I'm not even sure if I like I couldn't really visualize the area all that well. So I'm still not entirely sure. Oh, you know what that means. I can't play Osiris Wrath either. Son of a bitch, dude. I'm gonna argue with it and try to open it up again and see if I can't get to the area. Like, there's a guide online for it, but that guide is not very good. Look at this nice, big, giant, opens, expansive blue. So this area is small enough, I don't even really feel the need to, like, pick my boat up. I will be right back, boat. May as well take care of this. God damn it. Alright, I'm starting to feel a little bit sour, and I don't know if I'm going to make it to my goal today. Still don't know what in the hell could have fallen out of the controller that would have moved past my finger. Alright, so that landmass is a whole fucking thing. What the fuck? Are you shitting me? Yeah, for those first few notes, this track really sounds like it's Star Wars associated. It still sort of does. No. Weird, but I'm starting to feel, like I said earlier, I'm starting to feel a little bit sour, but I'm actually starting to feel a little bit tired too. Which is funny because I've not, like, I know it's 5:22 in the morning, but I haven't been awake for very long. Okay. Oops. One layer too deep. Oh man. God, the middle line is so far away now. You know, it's relatively close, though, the portal. Jesus. Shit, dude. Bag of dicks? No, dude. Fuck off. That was extraordinarily shitty. I have not had that happen like that before. I'm a little annoyed about that. Yeah, we heard the old version of this earlier in the stream. I think this is the one that eventually has lyrics. Or no, I guess not. Those sound pretty damn similar. I might have to double check those and see if it's even worth having both of them. Yeah, you know what? I think we're pretty close. I think I'm gonna finish this block that I'm this like section that I'm on right here. And then I'm gonna go, I don't know, probably sit in the tub or something. 'Cause I'm not feeling great. Alright. That's just to give me a starting point next time. Anyway. See, this Dungeon and Fighter old character select versus Dungeon Fighter Online character select. I'm gonna have to look at those and see. But for now, don't worry about that. It was just a bot. Right. What was I doing? This. Okay. Of course not. No one's ever alive. Alright, y'all have a good one.
Oh my god. What the dicks is going on with this drill alarm? What the hell am I looking at right now?
I don't know. What are you looking at right now?
I got nothing. A simple task, yeah.